Hello, hello. Greetings, greetings, greetings. What's up, everybody? My name's Alckemy. Welcome to the channel. Today, you and I are going to be, I don't know, starting a new beat from Scrizatch. Absolutely nothing. Before we get into the production, we're going to get through the everydays. Hey, Ansi Pattern, what's up? And these are the quick play spells that people can submit to that I just play before stream to kind of help me get in the mood and, you know, all that other stuff. So I need to figure out where the last submission was because I don't remember. I did not stream yesterday. Wednesday night, first time. I think Kim was the 326 at, no, wait, 326.25. I think we did listen to this one. So I think this is the latest submission. So we're going to get through these. If you want to submit, then you can join the Discord and just submit 15 seconds of an idea. Could be a song, could be a bass, could be drums. It doesn't really matter as long as it's Discord appropriate, or sorry, rather internet appropriate, safe for work. And submit one per day. But because of that, if you do, then I will play your stuff. And yeah, I kind of get through everybody. Let me make sure that this is stopped. Okay. So yeah, first up, we've got Lil Pink. I can see that they are doing some Drambo stuff, which is pretty sick. If you all don't know about Drambo and you have an iPhone or an iPad, it is like you must at least look into Drambo. Like, this does not paint the picture. That was really cool, by the way. Ooh. Happy Friday. Welcome, Nix. That was cool. Let's go. That was awesome. That was nice. You've been improving a lot. That's cool. Sorry, Jazz. Gonna be that guy. Nice. Holy. What in the distorted Thomas the Train? That was pretty cool. That was cool. I really like the texture on the bass in the latter part. It just has that. It has a harmony to it. Like when two voices are singing and they're slightly detuned, but they give you that that ASMR feel. Big up, man. Great videos recently. Always, of course. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate it. I'm trying. Just trying to make cool stuff that people like. Wee 15. I like this. Shimmy yo, shimmy yay, yo, yeah, everybody go step in my way. Yeah, I like it. Nice. DNB snare. This is his upload, I believe. Nice. Some more Drambo stuff, this is kind of what I'm talking about. If you want a Pocket Ableton / Faceplant on your phone or iPad, oh no, are you all not hearing anything? Ah, shit, I'm sorry. It's been doing that lately. Let me run through these very quickly. Thank you for telling me. I don't know why this has been freezing like that as of late. That's really fucking annoying. So let's just do a quick run through minus the comments. And that's like the second time in a row this has happened. One more time for the people in the back. This is why 15 seconds is nice, because I can just run through this very quickly. Nice. I have to turn this one down a little bit. That was cool. This one was just a snare. Nice. Yeah, like I was saying, Drambo, Pocket Faceplant, Pocket Ableton / Bitwig. I've got lots of videos on it, but Drambo is the shit. I'm actually really happy to see more people using it. Yeah, baby. You're listening to smooth jazz. Come on over here, baby. Won't you lay it down? This is hella Bit Trip Runner. Okay, Bruce. Nice. Yeah. Nice. When it said doo-wop, 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 I felt that. Oh, God. I should have read this. I'd say, like, lean into it more. Like, yeah, break it more over time. Fade away into death and blackness and darkness of doom, that of which is representative of death. Yeah, those were cool. So, yeah, I just left a link in the Discord if you all want to submit and have your stuff played. And I love that because it gives the community a chance to, you know what I mean? Just show me what you're working on and all that. I know that I'm kind of a one-man show, and I've been doing this by myself forever, but it is really nice to do what I can to make the community feel included. So yeah, I guess what we'll start with are drums, if that seems cool with you. Let's open up Serum 2, and what I'm going to do, dang, all of that rhymed unintentionally, is a couple of things. We are going to create a percussive generator, first off. And this is going to be something that I'm going to use to create other drums around. This is my favorite way to do it. It's going to take a little bit, if that's okay, but it'll be worth it, I promise. All right, so one thing that we need to do before anything else is we need to set this to hertz. And we need to create a shape. A shape. Same thing with this. What I would like to do is give this just a little bit of an offset. So it'd be really nice if I could move the whole thing, but move the grid. It's not the end of the world, but it would be nice if I could do that. But the reason why is because we can kind of set this here now, as you can see. And this is essentially one way that you could also create a snare, but this is kind of what we need in order to start creating different things that would be useful. So now that we have that, we need to go to the edge of this, and we need to grab an effects and grab a utility. A utility. Sorry. What we're going to do with this is create this, and we are going to set the mix here, and we're actually going to turn this down. And we will set this to this, because most people didn't know that you could do that. Then we're going to grab a distortion, distortion. Set this to diode, maybe. We're going to set this to mono. And there we go. Now, I actually kind of went overboard, and I might even back up a bit, because if I take these off, sorry, I'm thinking about this, then maybe we'll set these to retrigger now that I think about it. I'm actually not upset with this. This setup is okay. Okay, cool. So what we can do is we can grab a sample and hold now and set this to retrigger. We set this to 1/2 because I do want it to move and do stuff, but we can change this here. Are we still on LFO1? This confuses me sometimes because I'm trying to get this to, yeah, like what just happened? Okay, it's on there, but it moved the tab back over. Why? Let's grab some other sample and holds. Kind of do the same thing. See, like, this blows. God. In order to keep this up, you have to grab this and pull it down in order for the menu to pop back up. It's like, bruh, why? Why, Playboy? Just kidding. Yeah, it's one of those kinds of days. What was I doing? Oh my god, dude. Okay. Cool. So now that we have that, this is pretty much a cool way that we can abuse this to obviously get like different kinds of percussion and stuff, which is really nice. Now, first and foremost, or I guess the first order of business is, I think that what I want to do is if this has a pitch, I'm going to set this in the matrix to LFO1, and we'll set this to the master. No, we will not, because this might go slow. I'll think about it. I can come back to it. This is why I would like an audio follower, because whenever this triggers, I want something to trigger at a different speed and be faster. Notice that I'm emphasizing the yeah, so because of that, let's go back to the utility here. This is fine. Yeah, this is okay. All right, so we want to change the width here, and we want to start messing with some other sample and holds. So we'll just set this to retrigger, not too worried about it because it's going to do different stuff at different times, but we want to adjust the shift here and maybe set the range to like 300. And hopefully that will start to change everything up a little bit. Yep. Okay. So let's grab a filter and we're going to send this through some kind of comb, maybe a few of them. We'll see. Combs. Damp. Res. Okay, yeah, that works. And I'm also going to change the same LFO to the cutoff here, and we'll kind of try to float around this a little bit. And the reason why is because if the pitch goes up, I want this to try to interact with whatever tones. It's just a sine wave, which we will add more, how do you say, we will add more character to the sound here in just a second, but I want it to kind of relate to whatever I want this to try to chase this. See? Which is kind of cool. Maybe what I can do is go back to the, wherever this is, 8, and then shift option click on this, and then now this should be bipolar, so this will go up and down. And then we can add some distortion to this under the utility to try to pull it back up a little bit. We will get into some frequency splitting here in a little bit, but before we do that, I'm going to try to shape this with a couple of filters. And the reason why I want to do that... Wait, no, we only need one. Sorry, because we can actually create a high-low, I believe, with the multi. So yeah, low-high. Yeah, all right, sweet. So we can actually just manipulate this, where we keep the cutoff up and the frequency down to where these two are interacting with each other independently. So we can change the cutoff. Let's say we'll move this down to 400 hertz, and then we'll do another one here that will move itself up to 3 something. Oh, that's a percentage base. Why isn't this a frequency range? Okay, that's fine. At least it exists. Now we can also adjust the cutoff here just a little bit in case if this does anything wonky. Set all of these to retrigger. And as you can tell, I'm already kind of like in it on these guys. And all of these need to be on retrig mode. Yes. Yes. Cool. Cool beans. All right, we can grab a compressor and turn the gain up. Multiband. Long attack. Not that long of an attack, but generally around like close to 100 milliseconds is usually good. And then we can adjust the threshold to not crush it so hard. So just adjust that and then mess with the gain. So now we'll get into our splitter here. No, I want to put an effect right here. Wait, I want to put an effect right here. Splitter. Not. Fuck. All right. The reason why this is irritating is because you can't move the splitter, which is not the end of the world. It's just annoying. Why? Oh, why? No, I'm just kidding. So with this, we want to do two things. One is we want to add a distortion to the low end. I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. Yeah, I think that we want to focus on taking the fundamental of this. Hey, Felix. I ran out of modulators once I added oscillator 2. Isn't that how the synth is supposed to be? We'll set this to... Yeah, I think 250 is okay. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to utilize this to actually manipulate the drive. And we're just going to bump it anytime this hits. Yep. Okay, cool. So now because this is being emphasized, maybe I will try to do this and just go to the master global main tuning and see if I can bump this a bit. Not a problem in PP and Zebra. I've ran out of modulators in Phaseplan as well. Unfortunately, Phaseplan does not have unlimited modulators. But what can you say? Cool. We can come over here and add one of these guys. And maybe what I'll do is see what happens if I add the filter after. We'll put the convolution in here and we'll just grab something really small. Yeah, that works. And we can kind of mess around with some of these. Put that on the size, maybe not so big. Adjust this on the decay. And maybe adjust this on the mix to where... In most cases, 32 isn't. You're right. In most cases, 32 should be enough. But in my case, it is not enough. It is never enough. I'm going to set this to a high pass. And what I'm going to try to do here is bump the res around the same frequency range. I believe that it's on 6, if I'm not mistaken. 5, 4, 3, 8, 8. And move this cutoff along the same frequency space. So there we go. We don't need that much. We only need like maybe up to 700 hertz. And so that way this is going to try to catch this to where it's going to hit the resonance of this, and hopefully emphasize any kind of snare or any kind of like upper harmonic textural hit. Yeah, see now we at least got a kick. Now, the other thing that we need to do over this is we need to add some, where is this? I think it's 0 square. And we'll do this on the noise. Because what this will do is this will emphasize some of the high end and actually create white noise. Hey, weird workaround for envelope follower. Modulate a macro, assign the macro to an LFO bus, then create an LFO that's literally a line, map the point of DC offset, and then, yeah, so remap it to the desired effect. You can, I just don't feel like it. I don't want to remap it. It's too much work. It's too much work. Yeah, but you see how, wow, I actually want to keep that. Did you see how we actually got like some nice snares out of that? That little noise trick with the down sample, unfortunately, I found that the hard way yesterday when I was filming the Neurobase 2 or the Neurobase video, and it was just like, oh my God. But this is actually a really nice starting point. Well, maybe not. I don't like the tail on that, but the top end of it, the top end of that minus the tail is not too bad. We can at least use that as a layer, even if we take off the tail. Okay, now what happens if I turn this off? Okay, we're over. Oof. Let me reduce this. And I want to see if we can try to... I try this every time. I try to see if I can find some kind of answer to this, but... Yeah, I'm guessing that just the clipping of this is just not designed to go past, in most cases, past 6 dB. Or sorry, above minus 6 dB, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. What can you say? Oh, that's not good. Yeah, I think the best way to do this, like every time I try this, it never works out, but just use a clipper on the outside of this and then turn this up. There is some really cool stuff in here, though, that I actually really like. Some interesting textures for sure. So something else that I'm going to mess with is we can actually continue to... Shit, we can do a couple of things. So the first thing that I'm going to do is we're going to take FM to noise from C, and we're going to adjust this a bit. Wait, FM from noise, rather, and then we'll use envelope 10 or something to give this just a little bit, because forcing noise into a wavetable will actually make it sound a little bit more natural and a little bit more physical. It's something that I do whenever I design snares. The one thing with this, though, that I might adjust is, like, I don't know. I might just set these to envelope. Yeah, I think that's the way to go, because I don't really like these doing, I don't really like how it repeats into other sounds. I want the individual phrases and expressions to be able to ring out on their own, if that makes sense. But ooh, that one sound was kind of cool. Again, the fundamentals and stuff are kind of whatever, but what I can do and what I most likely will do here in just a second yeah, some of these are good, not all of them. This needs a transient shaper for sure. I can probably add another compressor and do a pseudo transient shaper, I suppose, and just try to push the attack of this like a low threshold, long release. And then something that we can do to start having fun with this is turn this on and just be like, okay, now let's give it some texture. Sick. Let's go into the matrix now, and then let's add another thing. Wait, does this have a limit? Yo, this is an insane tool. This is something that I do a lot, especially within like phase plant. I have like years of a legacy of these kinds of things. I'm just trying to do it in Serum now. But yeah, I'll show you some cool stuff here in just a second if you're interested. Let me show you something interesting. So if we go here to, okay, cool, it creates another one. I was like, what? No, we want LFO 8. And maybe move this the opposite way, like this. And then we can go global to the main tuning. And then just make that wild. Set that to bipolar and see what that does. I can't wait to start listening the beat from my previous stream. The beatbox thing is mad. I don't know if I'm going to finish that project or not. I might, but I might start beatboxing myself for texture and stuff. Dude, it's so worth it. It is so worth like taking the plunge to beatbox things. And like one of the best pieces of advice I can give people that are interested in making beats like how I do, or the people that I look up to, is to listen to like Madlib, J Dilla, you know, all the way up until like Chi and all them, and just beatbox, you know, beatbox the sounds and stuff that come into play. And it doesn't need to be like crazy, you know, it's not like, you know, nothing like that. It's more of like, you know what I mean? Shit like that. And that helps you so much. I really can't emphasize that enough. It's actually, there's an academic term for it. It's called audiating. And it's something that a lot of traditional or classical composers do, to where they will sing a melody or sing a phrase out and try to use that as their guide to where they're actually vocalizing their ideas. And that is actually something that my partner Corey taught me. We have an interview together, but she's a classically trained composer and like a therapist and just a multi-talented lady. But she, yeah, she taught me about this term, and that was something that I kind of like was like, okay, how do I take this and apply it to, hey tech, how do I take this and apply it to electronic production? Because she's more so in the field of like, you know, academia and classical composition. Sorry, that I don't know why that was so hard to say. It's because I'm cooked. I really like that little rim shot that we that that pulled out of that. That was kind of cool. Like that's nice. That's nice. I'll use this rim shot in my UKG tracks for sure. Everybody sample Alckemy. It's free. I know people do it. I can't stop anyone. What can you say? That was sick. I would still probably process this for sure. The one thing that I would like to also do though, and I wonder if there's a way to set this up. I want this to alternate between claps. Like, can I set a range on here? No. So in certain cases, I would like this to... How would I do that? I guess I would have had to have done it in separate sessions, I guess, now that I think about it. Well, maybe. No. Because I don't think that these LFOs have a depth on them to where you could remap in the way that I want to. Let me save this as percussion 3, and then let me actually just see if part 3 maker. Let me see if there's a way that I can actually do this in the way that I want to. So if I go to the matrix, and on one end I have an LFO, and then on the other one I have a clap. So let's say we've got just a typical clap shape. What I'd like to do, and what I might do, is say, okay, on the effects tab, we have a utility that is the master volume. So we'll turn that down. This is actually a boss, like a really fucking boss move right here. Now what I would like is we'll map this one here to this guy. We're also going to map this one here. Now we need to take a randomizer, sample and hold, on a retrigger, and I suppose we can just set the hertz to 0, so that way it'll trigger something different every time. One needs to be here. Yeah, I guess we can do that. Assuming that I can... Fuck. Perhaps an auxiliary source? Is that what this is? I think that's what this is, if I'm not mistaken. LFO3. 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 Okay. So I guess we'll set both of these up. But I think what we need to do is one of these needs to be up like this. And the other one needs to be down. So, hey. 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 God damn it. Thank you. Something like this. Yes, and you can drag LFOs into the matrix instead of going into the menu. Wait, what do you... Also, hi, Django. What do you mean? Because I tried to do that and it didn't work. So if these are both at zero, I don't think that I'm doing this right, but I think that I'm on the right track. So let me just set this to noise, and then let's see what we can get out of this. Oh, that's it. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Okay, so I'm immediately going to save this, and we'll call this as perk starter kit. So that way I don't have to go back and figure this out. But this is how you would do that. Not on the slider, but into the source of the auxiliary slots. Okay, yeah, I understand now. I just, for some reason, I didn't think that that was going to look right. Because typically speaking, like in the way that I normally do this with phase plant is it just looks way different, I guess. So what I would typically do is set one to a remap, but one would go up and one would go down. So if I have this as an envelope, which is, I'm going to show you essentially what we're doing. You have an LFO here. One of them is like this. You just set one to off. Then you have another one here that's kind of like this. Whatevs. Then you have a remap, and you set one to be like this. Yoink. Set one to be like this. Yoink. Excuse me. Set this to 0, and then just have this modulate, and then one of them goes up. So we'll set this one down, and then this one will go down. And then you can grab a gain, and this is where I've learned this from, to where this goes to 50%. Have you all seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force? All office furniture 50% off. And don't ask. Yeah, so this is one way that you can kind of achieve the same thing. But I think what's confusing about it is that, do you see how this one of them has to go up and one of them has to go down? But in Serum, they both go up. And then it just alternates behind the depth of this. So that's why I'm like, what the fuck? But that's part of the fun of doing this sometimes, is just being like, okay, cool. Well, here's a way to, I don't know, do some different shit. Yo, what's up, Jazz? How are you? Okay, so now that I realize that, though, maybe what I'll do is come back to this, or go back to this preset of perk 3. Perk 3. What is wrong with me? Perk 3 maker, perk maker 3. Fucking stupid. Happy Friday. I need some rest this weekend. Dude, get some rest. I was supposed to I was thinking about going to rehearsal tonight for this gig that I'm doing, but I think that we did good enough yesterday that I'm not going to have to go. I emailed the tax people that I'm hiring, and I'm going to try to get my taxes done. You guys ever have that feeling where you're just like, and you know, everything sucks? Yeah, it's great. Okay, so tax season, running on fumes, and yeah, don't let them taxes go undone. I will. So I don't know if I want to change this or not now, because there's an offset of this that, yeah, fuck it. Why not? Fuck it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset these two. Remove all modulators. Remove modulators. I'll have this one set here. This one will be our clap. Clap. Clap, clap, clap. Clap it, clap it, clap it. And I guess I already have this saved, so it doesn't really matter, but we can adjust this here to this guy, and then we can go to the effects. Shoink. And then we can go to here. Shoink. We can go to here. Shoink. And I need more LFOs. 10 is not enough. Damn it. What is 5 attached to? What are you? Is that attached to anything? Is this attached to anything? I don't think so. Maybe we have some room left over. Oh, LFO 4, LFO 1 rate. LFO 5, LFO 2 rate. We're going to delete this. LFO 5 off. Your service has not gone unnoticed. We're going to set LFO for no. Yes. Auxiliary. LFO 4. LFO 5. Right? Isn't that how I just did this? I believe. I think so. Just go yeet. All hail yeeteth. And then we'll go like this. And then... Sorry, guys. I'm just on one today. All right. Now we will go to retrigger. And we'll go here. We'll set the hertz to this. And then we can use 5 instead. Just 5 to adjust the speed, that of which we are throwing into... You can't tell me how many LFOs I can have. Indolin equals independent. Do what? Do I know note on rand? Is that something in here that's an option? That you can set this to just random? I don't know. What I'm doing is just setting this to be... just setting this to be a retrig and then setting the time of this to be at 0. So that way I could just do that. What is auxiliary sauce? It's a hidden modulator. No, I don't know. When's the last time you only use samples and no synths while producing? I mean, that's kind of unfair because I turn everything into samples, right? Oh, you just have to hit source. Okay. It's good to know. Sorry, that was autocorrect. I said Serum 2 needs a limiter on the main output that's preset independent. I agree. My workaround is this. I will say that you can have a -6 clipper if you use some of the distortion models. So there is that, but yeah, I 100%. I'm with you. 100%. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, there's 2 different chaos modulators. So there's chaos modulators along with random. And at first I thought that the chaos modulators were the random, but they're not. The sample and hold is the random. Yeah, this is, and then I was like, oh, but there's no smooth random. There's no smooth random. There's no smooth random. Yeah. Sometimes I'm smart. Sometimes I'm not. Just depends on the time of day. Fuck, guys, I'm lost. What was I doing? What was I even doing? What was I doing? Oh, I was changing the rate of these. Indeed. Years. Okay. So why does it do that? I fucking hate that it does that. I hate that. I don't like it. We'll set a maximum on here. Same thing with this. Dude, stop. This is the most annoying thing about Serum. I had to look for smooth random a bit as well. It's not very obvious. No, yeah, I'm just dumb. Hey, Aaron, what's up? Welcome to the channel. We got neuro bass. We got all the kicks and snares that will punch you in the face. Okay, let's see if this works. Ooh. Okay, so pretty good. Ooh, I like that. And I like that. The problem though is that we lost the kicks in this. It's the kicks. It's no longer making kicks. Okay, what are you doing here? No. No, sir. No. No. And also, all of these sound like they're the same pitch. For the most part, which is not what I'm looking for. Oh, there's 3 things on here. 1, 2, and 3. Oh. What is this doing? What do you even... No. This was supposed to... LFO 8. Okay, so did I change main tuning? Let me see if I can make this a little bit more dramatic. Or actually, what happens if I make this not dramatic? Because as you can hear, I'm not getting kicks anymore. Why? Why? Why am I not getting kicks anymore? Okay, so something that I'm going to do is I'm going to put this before the splitter. And then I will attempt to add a low pass filter here. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that 3 is not being used anymore. So we might be able to get away with placing this here and set this at like this and maybe drive it. And then maybe this will help reestablish some low end stuff. Oh, am I soloing something? That would be the next question. Let's bump this. There's almost no low end in this. Why? Why? That's why. Because whatever is happening on this is not doing what I thought it was supposed to be doing. Because I set this to the wrong LFO. I'm really smart. Okay, so that fixed that, but we're still not getting any kicks in this. Oh, now this isn't making any sound whatsoever. Everything was coming from the spectral? Yes, dingus, because... Fuck. I was like, why is this not doing anything? Hey, no VMN, then. Okay, now we're getting at least a larger variety of sounds, but we're still not getting any low end in this. So maybe I can back off of some stuff now because I was trying to fix that issue. And that's kind of the thing with Serum is that it's really easy for me to get lost because all this shit is like interpolated behind multiple tabs. And before somebody's like, excuses! Excuses. All you ever do is sit around and make excuses. I'm just kidding. Sorry, it's not what I'm looking for. It's almost like this won't go past a certain point, even though this is at 100%. You hear it? You see that? Yeah. What? Maybe if I just set this to bipolar. Strange, but okay. Yeah, it's like stuck. That might help. No, I just forgot to set this to retreg. I'm sorry. But we're still not getting kicks out of this. I guess maybe it just needs more time to decay. But even still, there's this weird... This weird thing. What is this? This is the low pass? And this is going which direction? So this might be why, because I might need this to go up instead of start up and then go down. Yeah. I like when I say something and then I re-chat. But even still, this still isn't... Oh no, I think I mean I think you're right, but it's still not doing what I want it to do. So what if I set all of these to 0, to 0, to 0? And that's kind of why we're here, is we're just figuring shit out. So, you know what I mean? It's fine. It's not what I'm used to, and that's totally okay. Whee! Hey, Frowler. That was kind of a kick, but a shitty one. Wow, that whole time we were actually bypassing the high end. That's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna leave this alone and then just I like the other one better, so we'll just leave the perk 2 or the perk 3 maker as what it is. And then the next time I do one, we'll be able to start from the template because this is already ready to go. And then I can just build off of that. But there must have been something that I did in switching that up that I can't be bothered to try to figure out. Do I think Serum 2 is good enough for not getting faceplant? It just depends on the kind of person that you are, really. I like, if I were doing this in faceplant, I would have been done 35 minutes ago. But, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it just depends on, ah, shit. Oh, that was cool. It just depends on the person. I will say that Serum has unique stuff that faceplant does not have, but that's also the same case for faceplant. If you had to ask me, like, if I were on a deserted island, I'd still take faceplant in a heartbeat. And if I didn't have faceplant, I'd probably take Drambo. Yo, thank you for the follow, JT1. I really appreciate it. But what can you say? Yeah, this is the way to go. So next time I do this, this is going to be a lot easier for me to build off of, just because it's ready to go, and all I have to do is just colorize it and add insane effects and shit. So now that we have that, I will never do this again, but yeah. Okay, let's do some other cool shit. Wrong envelope, genius. I'm so smart. Hey Sven, how are you? Oh, that's another thing that I forgot to do with the other percussive makers. You need to set a direction on this in order for it to do what you want it to. For this to actually behave like a real frequency shifter, you need to pull the width down and then set the direction on this, and then set the range as well. Okay, I like that. We're going to do some more stuff to this here in just a second. Obviously the timing of that was terrible. We need this to be like twice as fast. Cool. I'm going to try to colorize this a little bit more, but this is a nice starting point to where I can like back away from it if I need to. But something that I might try to introduce is decay. Something like this. Set this here. Set the level down. Right click and change the mode to ratio. And do something just wonky. Excuse me. And we can set this to B. I still prefer faceplant for just about everything else, but you know. Maybe something that could be fun is we could try to randomize the phase of this and just set this to retrigger and set this to 0. Which I guess, why would I do that when I could just do, oh, God, Ian. I'm very smart. I'm very smart. Did you all know that? Yeah. Okay. I had the right idea. We can go ring mod from A. Maybe try something FM from noise. I like what people are doing with Serum 2, but it's definitely not for me. Sometimes gives me the desired transient response. In FX lanes, it's handy for drums even when you're triggering monophonically. I don't think I've ever tried that before, to be honest, but I will try it at some point. Nice. Sweet. Okay, let's grab a transient control on this. Pull this down. Okay, now that we have this, we can also toss that in there and then, no, sorry, pull this into spectral. This is the one thing that I'm like, oh, this is why it might be better for like percussive, or not percussive, but for like plucky leads and stuff, is because like this workflow dichotomy, or not dichotomy, but this workflow economy of making a sound and then just like taking the sample and tossing it back in itself is actually something that I'm kind of adamant about exploring. We don't want this to be too resonant, but we can create a spectral filter here. And then just see if maybe we can even key track it or something. Yeah, you see how much texture that created? It's pretty sick. Yeah. Chia. We're gonna try a delay on here. Nit. I also don't like that you can move the knobs with the mouse scroll wheel, because you want to use the scroll to scroll, but if you do it over a knob, it changes it. That's I'm also going to set this to key tracking. I don't know, somewhere about here. Sick indeed. Damn, I'm still messing with this drum maker thingy. Really fun. Oh yeah, I was going to show you that and all these other things. So, yeah, it's kind of the same throughout, but pork. God, I've got way too many of these. This is a recent one, but the overall thing of this is that you physical model an impulse and then do your stuff after or whatever, but from just sending in really short sounds, you can get pretty much like all different kinds of percussion sounds and whatever. But I've done this in this, I've done this in Ableton, I've done this in, gosh, fucking Vegas, dude. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sure that the coughing and stuff sounds disgusting. I'm not even sick. But yeah, you can do this in Bitwig. You can do this in... all different kinds of stuff. Something that I really enjoy doing, which I don't do it that much anymore because I find that it's kind of limiting. And I would prefer just a pure sine wave along with white noise as opposed to this, is that if you look at something like this rack, I have, you know, a perk maker over this. And sometimes I'll just build them with racks like this. And then that way, like I can hit play, which is, this is vanilla, and then just turn this on. Yeah, I have it on everything. Everything except for Serum. Serum, I do not have a pack out for yet because I'm still just trying to explore and see what I can do with it. But it's coming along, I guess. I still, like, if I do put a pack out, I need to go back and like set macros to shit and, you know, do all that and make sure that it's like a enjoyable user experience. But right now I'm just kind of not having a tons of pressure on myself and just making things and being like, okay, how does this work? How does this sound? How does this, you know, do all the things? But if anybody is interested, I do have tutorials on how to do percussive generators. I also have all of this stuff available for Phaseplant, Current, Bitwig, Ableton. Oh, one other thing that I was going to do with this that I wanted to try was utilize the wave shifter. I really like this. It can get some really interesting shit. Maybe instead of a transient shaper, we can throw a gate on it. Really? What? Kidding. Okay. That's insane. Found out I had Morphe Q by Minimal Audio. Is it good for anything? It's okay. It's not my favorite. Like on paper, it should be incredible, but in practicality, it's kind of mid. I think that they really kind of like cashed in on the idea of what it can do, but the problem is that it doesn't, like, you have to drive it really hard for one, but two, it's also like, oh look, it can do morphing things and stuff, but it's like, yo, if you're doing that, like, anybody that knows what they're doing is not going to be using it the way that they advertise it. Does that make sense? It's helpful in things like bass design and stuff, but think about it. Let's say you've got a relatively harmonic sound and you're doing something insane, like, I don't know, moving all of these, you know what I mean, in a crazy ass circle where you're like, yo, let me just bam, 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 bam. And then you're like, yo, bam, 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 bam. And I think, now that we talk about it, I think that they did this on purpose because they probably planned for this of, oh, I'm going to make this do all the things, right? But my guess or my suspicion is that they really tried to pull back on the resonances of this because they knew that people were going to be pushing this really hard. And the reason why I say that is because actually, okay, let me show you this. I'm going to try to confirm my suspicion. So let me just make a very fast like noise base or something. Because I think this will paint the picture in the light that I want it to be. Envelope, noise. It's a good question. We need distortion. Okay, we'll just start with something like that. So check this out. If I grab a Morphe Q and we'll use a shelf. Like, you look, that's already almost to the top of this. You can set this to a 36 slope, but that's 17 decibels of gain for that. Check this out. Hold on one second. I guess maybe I'm tripping, to be honest, but I feel like this just, for pulling stuff out, when you're wrong, but I feel like when I'm trying to like make vocal sounds with this and do the thing or whatever, it just never works in the way that I want it to. Whereas if I start to, let's try this as an experiment. Forgive me. Is there an undo button on this? No. Let me turn this on. Let me do something like this and low pass, peak. I'm going to kind of try not to make this do the super crazy morphing thing. I'm just going to use the scale on this. So max gain 22. I'm going to use a waveform that's going to be a little bit more easy to pull this out of. Pull this out. And unfortunately, this does not have a built-in scale like I want it to. Fortunately, we can make one, which is kind of annoying, but still able to. So we can go macro, have this set to be bipolar, and we'll grab this on the gain and push this up to, yeah, we'll do that. We'll pull this down by minus 30 something. Push this up by whatever. Pull this down. Push this up. Push this down. And so now I should probably make this as a preset now that I think about it and be able to utilize that. I totally forgot that I can just create a scale with that. Although it would be nice if Bitwig just added that, so that way I don't have to do that. But I don't know. I don't like the way that this sounds. I've never had much success with it in the way that I want it to, but you can disable mouseable parameter control. Okay. Yeah. Sorry for the spiel or the side questing thing. I'd say just try it out, use it, see if you like it. I don't personally like it outside of using it in current, but I think they should all have scales going for. I agree. I think they should too. Like it. You know what drives me crazy is like everything except for morph EQ has one feature or the other. So, man, check this out. All right, so look. Wait, what am I looking for? EQ. Slice EQ has a shift, an offset, right? And it has a gain, but it doesn't have scale. Soul Steel, thank you so much, Kaz. I really appreciate it. So there's that. Then we have Ableton's, which has scale, but it doesn't have shift. We have EQ Plus, which has shift, but no scale. We have Pro Q4, which technically has a shift, but you can't assign this to a macro, which fucking drives me crazy. But that's another story for another day. But yeah, if you do this, then yes, you can do this, but you have to do it by hand. There's not a parameter on here that will let you do it. There is, however, a scale on here to where you can at least go one direction or another. Can you set this to be bipolar? Yeah, there's also no bipolar with this, so you can only go up or down. Or sorry, you can only go a single direction. What else? Do I still have shade? I do. Okay, so shade, right? I can't stand shade, by the way. You can do this, and you can shift everything. But I don't believe that there is a... Yeah, I don't think that there's a thing. I think that actually, to be fair, I think that you can set this all to a macro. But I don't think that you can map it as easily as you want to. And that's still a problem because that's just an inconvenient thing that I would have to do on everything. Because, yeah, you still have to... Yeah, you still have to map it. Ugh. If I have time, check the serum patch you posted. It's the same idea of my drum thingy, just a little crazy in my Discord. Okay. But yeah, so there's that. What other EQs are we looking at? I actually haven't tried the scalar EQ. I don't particularly care about that, but what other EQs? Carve EQ, that doesn't count. EQ5 doesn't really count. Devices. Plugins. Way too many fucking EQs. So technically Morph is the only EQ that does that. I have TB-EQ Pro, but it also does not shift. I have it for iPad. So I don't have it for a computer, but no, it also works in the same way to where you can use a box to move everything, but it doesn't have a shift. It's kind of frustrating, really, because like when it comes into filtering and stuff, in my opinion, I think that, you know, I think having a mix knob, especially for when you're making cuts, and then having a shift and a scale is really important. But what can you say? Where did you send this, Zone? Free stuff? Erg starter kit. Can I just drag the preset into Serum? Does that work? Probably not, because I bet that this is going to disappear whenever I try to pull it up. Yeah. Fuck. All right. So I also don't like that this is in the hidden library. It would be nice if I could just presets folder. User. Let me create a new folder here. I need to create a new folder so that way I know that I'm not like accidentally uploading someone's presets and stuff to a different file. Others. Other folk sounds. Downloads. Get in there. There we go. User. Other folk sounds. Perk starter. Okay, so do you want me to talk about this? Because I have suggestions on it. Or like, do you want my thoughts on it rather? Spit 'em. So the thing with this, the problem that you're going to run into with all of these shifts here is that you don't have a definitive transient. The other thing is that whatever it is that you're using, perhaps it's the drum plate or whatever, it has so much space that you're not having a variety of sounds that are open and closed. When you're doing this, you want to try to keep the drums as tight as possible and only maybe like have it shift every random or so to where it opens up. Because when you're doing this, if you think about actually applying this into a track, all that space and all that reverb, like these aren't things that are going to be easy to manipulate to create fundamentals out of. It's not to say that this is like bad or anything, but it's more about having intention with what you're trying to get out of this. And for my personal taste and like my personal thing, shit, like I'm not trying to say like, oh, like you're doing it wrong or whatever, because there is no right and wrong, but just in the philosophy about the approach of what I'm trying to do here, if I were to, utilize something, is I'm actually trying to extract things that are more resonant or more reflective of kicks, snares, claps, and hi-hats. Yeah, even still, like with the bowed strength. Yeah, it's too much of a, you've got too much tail going on here. This would be a little bit better, but the other thing with this is that every single hit is, and so the variation of sound within this is really just variation of pitches of a clap. What I would recommend is perhaps even, yeah, you need some more filtering going on, because what's happening is no matter what you play, the high end is always intact and you want to have things that are really more so focused on the mids, because the mids is where the meat of the percussion is usually happening, and that's how you can find a middle ground between the kicks and the snares. So that would be my suggestion on how to refine this. Of course, if it's your thing and you like the way that it is, there's totally nothing wrong with that. But from a means of drum processing and stuff, there's a lot of things that I would personally like. There's a lot of things that I would personally try to manipulate further. I don't know. I hope that I didn't sound like a dick. They're just things that I would change. I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate the submission. Generally speaking, let me just go to like a super patch or whatever. Sure, we'll pull up Rainbow Sherbert. If you listen to some of the percussion in this, okay, so even for me, there's too much of this. There needs to be a randomizer on here now that I listen to it. So let me just do that, and that way we can pull back off of some of this. But if something is sounding too samey for me, then I tend to get annoyed with it, because I'm trying to get, the whole point of creating a percussive maker in the first place is to try to get as much variation of transients as possible. At least that's my approach. So pulling back on the comb filters and stuff here. Yeah, there we go. And then if you want to add more space, you can push this up a little bit. But I mean, within all of these, every single pork thing that I have, I'm just trying to create as much variation as possible. You know, so. And also, for my personal taste, I try to keep it relatively dry, because a lot of times what I'll end up doing is I'll take a sound that is very short or like very dry. I could use that. Like, that's got a bit too much tail in it. But if I were to just go here, I'd take this and then I'd process this into a snare. So very quickly, I would give it some white noise. Focus on this for a sec. Filter plus, go here, go here. Q plus, something like this. Oh, that's another thing, is there's also like some tricks with transients and stuff that you can utilize. What is the vocoder doing? It's just adding white noise to the top. Dude, where's my... What am I... Oh. I was like, what? Do what? Maybe some glue. Some transient shaper. Some of this. Come into here, grab some convolution. Group that, go into this. Let's find a rim. Sure. Just give it some texture. I still want this to have a little bit of a crack on top, so I'm going to see if I can pull this up a little bit more. Something wild that I might try is see what this does if it's really short. Just try to like force this sound to break. Fortunately, that didn't work in the way that I was hoping it would. That sounds like the cleanest transient to me. Some other things that we can do is we could actually add another layer here to where we could go distortion, because it needs some middle, or needs some mids. And so if you just do this, you can kind of create the woody sound. Then we can use a frequency shifter to kind of change the pitch of what we want this to be. So you can layer this with a clap, like a 909 or something. Okay, we need a replacer on this because we don't have a way to send MIDI through in order to trigger that. So maybe setting this off with a time shift could be nice. Or we can do the opposite to where we can offset the layer. Kind of like this. Sorry, I'm just flowing with drums. Hey, Chess. What's up? Main layer, replacer, on the main layer. Can do something like that as well. Finally left Ableton for Bitwig. How are you feeling? So there's lots of different ways that we can manipulate that. We could use some OTT at the end. I usually don't like to do OTT on snares, but you can. That's kind of nice. I can also do this like twice. And sometimes this will like make stuff explode, but you want to back off of this because this will get crazy. But yeah, as you can see, we just did some wild shit. But yeah, lots of cool stuff that you can do with just turning something that is just needs a transient, I guess. So we took this into this. No, of course not. Too much distortion? Not if you want big sounds. You know, I mean, these are the kinds of drums that I make in my songs. Like, it's all about context, right? You know what I mean? So, no, for me, like, my thing is I want extremely large drums. It's just something that I got from the people that I learned from, something that I value. But the thing is like, if it's too much for you, then you could like not do that. You know what I'm saying? You could totally. Thank you for the follow, Kang Lu. Oh, Chun Kang Lu. Thank you. You get what I'm saying though? So it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, it's up to you, but. I really like the transient of this. I just don't like the tail. You know what I could probably do? Is I could probably just find that resonant point and just take that out, to be honest. But that already sounds good on its own. It's unfortunate. Thanks for making the end of the workday fun. Much love. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming in. Plus the distortion is the tone. If you need, you can volume shape or compress them to fit the dynamics of the track. Yeah, you can always turn them down if you need to. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah, that sucks. That's like, I could always just take the transient of this and steal it, but everything about this drum or everything about that snare is cool except for that tone. I do have Visco. Yeah. I have a review on it as well. Did you see the new plugin from the Visco people that came out today? Yeah, the distortion plugin, I think. I don't know what it does that's unique, but I did see it. It's awesome. Dang, that sounds pretty good. This just needs to be shorter. Transit control. Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. There's Nash. Have you all seen what is it? Estelle, the deranged fox that does like guided meditation. I think her name is like the Mally Show or something like that on Instagram. It's pretty funny. It's a really interesting distortion for speaker emulation. The emulation is super neat. It's physically model speakers, not convolution. I don't know how to tell you this, but it's it's, it's still convolution is still speakers. Not to take away from their mindset behind that, but it's still pretty much the same thing. Yeah, definitely. It's just neat to be able to morph between them and such. Yeah, I got you. Sorry, was just thinking for a sec. Okay, I've spent a lot of time on drums, so I think that we should probably just make some actual drums, maybe, perhaps, may chance. Let's grab a segment. I've kind of been more into making like less doofy minutes. Oh my god. Holy shit. Um sorry. I was just like, what? Less doofy kicks and more like really punchy transient kicks. Yeah, like that'll work. Sounds great with just two things. I mean, really, most kick design is just sine wave and noise, right? I don't like that distortion on the top, but we'll see if we back off if it. Just love the filter. Yeah, lots of cool stuff that you can do with that for sure. Try to get my kicks to be like at least -6. We're close. I mean, yeah, that sounds fine. Let's give it some texture. It's crazy how side information adds volume to your thing. And then also if your kick is longer, like this is probably going to be at like -4 now. Yep. It's weird. I don't know why, but that is a thing. If I have a drum sample and that's something I like and dislike about it, but I don't know what to do, I just throw it in Visco. Usually something cool comes out and messing with it. Yeah, I think it's fun to twist drums and stuff, but most of the time, like, I'm not sure how long you've been around this channel, but for me, I kind of am under the impression of like, I'll turn anything into anything and then just try to use it. If that makes sense. Why is this hitting? Did I not clip this? I did. So why is this clipping now? I guess it doesn't matter, but whatever. Okay. Okay. Sure. We'll just do this from scratch. Because that's how we do it. This is how we do it. No. Yes. Drums. This needs to be closer because it's too open. What are these other silent key, I think? Yeah. There we go. And we just need to squish it. Okay, we have all the tools that we need to create the perfect snare. It's Friday night and I feel alright. I love sculpting volume envelopes on claps. Something about the spikes is fun. I feel that. Vibes. I'm just kidding. Hey, Noomcron, what's up? Oh, that's why that doesn't sound right. I was like, something about this just isn't hitting right. I was like, what is it? There we go. Now the smack of that is a lot more prominent. Pitch bends, pitch bends, pitch bends are your friends. Hey, yo. Yeah, I mean, really, like, the difference between, if you're designing a snare like this, the difference between a good snare and a shitty snare is just how good you are at controlling these envelopes. Music producer noises. Do I ghost produce or help with songwriting for artists? I do lessons and I help people like problem solve, I think is the best way I could say that. But no, I don't ghost produce. Actually, in 2020, I did one ghost production gig, and it wasn't even for music, I don't think. Oh yeah, it was for music. It was like $250 and I did that. But that was like a one-time thing in my life. Okay, yeah, that's starting to sound nice. Now I just need some space. I wouldn't be the person to talk to for that kind of stuff though, to be honest, because I can't even figure out how to write my own shit. But like full-on finished songs? Yeah, like I said, I've only done like one thing. That sounds, other than this sounds really good. Something that I might try is I might double down on this processing. And this might be loud. Well, you're right. Okay, so if I'm not writing my genre, I actually probably could. You know, if you all are like, hey, write a digital, you know, I don't know, like some kind of soundtrack or something, I probably could because I wouldn't think about it a lot. But when it comes into me trying to like write the shit that I care about, I'm like, hey, what's up, Lucas? How are you? Okay, so now all we need to do is just make it wide. Does Bitwig have a ring mod effect? Yes, it does. And it's very customizable too. But like neurobase stuff, mid, someone comes with an idea concept, I just do nerdy sound design stuff. Wait, but like neurobase stuff, when someone comes up with an idea concept, I just do nerdy sound. Wait, what? Are you asking like if I make my own music? I'm sorry, what can you rephrase? Like, are you asking if I make my own tunes? Like, do I actually make neuro shit? Or am I just a sound designer? Oh, meant for the ghostwriting bit. Oh, what I'm saying is I haven't. Whatever I wrote for somebody was not my genre. If I give away my sound design to someone else's tune, I mean, I make sounds for people to utilize and download, and I try to teach people how to use it. But like, let me just try to be clear. Like, if somebody gives me a track and I pimp it, I have done that before actually. Uh, Didn't we do something on stream a few times where it was like pimp my track? But I did it on stream, and I did it in a way that was like, hey, here's how you can push this in the direction that you want to go. But rather than me do what I want to do, I ask what the person wants to do to it, if that makes sense. Um, yeah, it's unfortunate because that never really took off, and that was pretty fun. But um, yeah, what can you say? Yeah, I'm sorry that took so long to get to that conclusion. I wasn't sure what you were talking about. Um, I don't know. Words are hard. Wow. Ouch. Convolution. Sending projects over is kind of tough with all the VSTs and samples and stuff. Well, that's why I just have them send me the stems. That's normally what I would do. That's what I would do. Okay, so yeah, I'm more of a teacher, if anything. But I think you really have the potential to do that bit for other people and maybe even get more releases. Honestly, I in my opinion, I've already won. I got a label release on the same label as Cage, and that is the biggest that's the biggest honor I could ever ask for when it comes into my music. Now it's kind of just a matter of trying to like maintain this as a business, if that makes sense. But yeah, like I already won. You know what I mean? Like I've already succeeded. I now it's just like okay, just personal projects and make sounds for people and figure out how to try to keep making money off of this in a way that's ethical. Uh, but yeah, I fucking did it. I did it. That's all I care about. I did it. Um, I looking back on stuff like even though and that's probably why I try to focus on the music so much is because that's what keeps me going. But in terms of like accomplishments and stuff, and forgive me for what I'm about to say because like please don't take this as a brag or anything like that. It's more of just a reflection. I met all my heroes. I've had Chi over at my house. Um, you know, Cage got me started in making the kind of music that I want to make. I have some collabs with some amazing people, and that would probably be a big reason to try to keep getting better too, is because I really want to make music with them. But in a terms of like musical career, my music is so niche that unless if I am a Chi or I am a John Casey or something like that, like I'm not going to be playing huge shows or anything like that. But if you think about it, I have you all. You know what I mean? Like I've built up my own audience from nothing. Like I did all this shit by myself. But the difference is that I know my fans or I know my friends. I know my community. And that is something that not a lot of other artists can say. Do I want to be making more money? Hell yeah, of course. You know, I would love to, I'd love to spoil the hell out of Corey more than I already do. But the fact that I'm able to do stuff, like this is my full-time job, and it's because of you all. You know, it's because of you all that I am able to sit here on a Friday at 4:15 and just be like, I'm going to fucking tweak this snare, and I have 40 people watching me. I really try not to take that kind of stuff for granted. Honestly, being honest, I probably watch you more than I listen to any neuro-based stuff. Yeah, I appreciate that. To make more money, I start writing and producing for others. Well, I'll tell you this, I'm not cheap. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to start a new website. It's going to be called Only Tracks. I'll ghost produce some naughty tracks for you, but you're going to pay me for it. That's for sure. Nah, I'm joking. I don't know. I'm really keen on I have nothing against producing, but I would much rather show you how to fish than to go fish for you. I'll pay you $4.50 for my Rhythm Naughty Traxer. Actually, that would be something I'd have to turn down. I don't think I've ever made a convincing rhythm track. I sound happy and sincere. I'm grateful. You know, I do want my channel to grow. And you know what? One of my own personal flaws, if I'm just being totally transparent, is that I am envious, and I do get, from just speaking honestly and vulnerably, I do get a little bit jealous and a little bit annoyed when shitty YouTube producers have millions of fucking views and they don't give a fuck about music, and they have a following that, and a fan base of stuff that is just are you fucking serious? But the mature side of me always says, hold on, you're doing things your way. You are doing things in a means that is organic. You're doing things in a means that is actually establishing connections with real people. And you care about the community. So shut the fuck up. And then I say, okay, you're right. But in your own league and the fan base will come. Yeah. Well, I don't really care about the fans, and I don't care about blowing up. It's more of just a means of rocket powered sounds, or fucking heaven forbid unison audio and all that. And I'm just man, it's important to remember that there's space for everyone. Not everybody's going to like what I make. Not everybody's going to like me. If you if you look at my videos, there's at least one person in my video comment section talking shit, and I fight them to the bitter end. They think that I'm salty, but I'm just yeah, keep interacting. I love practicing my roast game. I love when haters are making up stuff about me, oh, you're so this and you're so this, and wow, it's pathetic. And I'm just oh, okay, go ahead, keep going. What else? But what can you say? I think a lot of it is just fast-paced editing and short stuff, how the Skrillex clickbait. Yeah, I don't do that. It's like having a nice guy syndrome, but for YouTube videos. You do what you feel is right, but it feels bad and doesn't pay as much as being a scumbag. I do try not to be a scumbag. But have you gotten into YouTube Shorts yet? Yes. I just don't do them a lot because they don't really, I don't know. What I usually do with YouTube Shorts is I just upload whips, or I upload me doing backflips, or, something like that. It's a big problem if you need like every single person to like what you do, like within your niche. I don't need every single person to, and I don't care if like, it's okay if you don't like me as well. That's going to happen. But, you know, you make do with what you have. And I think that trying to create stuff that is more accessible for people, but also give them things that are education. I think my biggest issue is that most of my content is like, hey, sit down, grab a cup of coffee. We're going to talk about this shit on a granular level that a lot of other people don't discuss, unless if you're like really far into, you know what I'm saying, into whatever it is that you do. And I'm actually all for criticism. If there are things that annoy the shit out of you that I'm doing, like I kind of want to know, because if I'm like, if it's valid, I'm like, hey, I probably shouldn't do that. Sometimes I get people that comment on my videos and they're like, hey, your sibilance, hey, your, you know what I mean, like your voice or whatever. Like those are things that I do try to work on, because I don't want somebody to be annoyed and be like, you know, oh, your fucking mic is ass. To which I think I have like 2 de-essers on right now. And I don't know, maybe it's just the structure of my teeth or whatever, but I try really hard not to be like, you know, it's hard. Yeah, the genre is so demanding, I feel. You know, it's not just like, oh, let me pull up arcade and then we're gonna make this banger or whatever. Like I saw, before I got online, I saw somebody making a trap video out of like an Indian sample or whatever. And it was a bit surprising because they had 43,000 views. And I'm just like, holy shit. Like good for them, right? No shade towards them. I think that they're just doing what they do, but it's really just like, I had the same issue whenever I was an acrobat. It's the same thing as like I could do, you know, a flip, a backflip off one foot with a twist, kick in the middle of it, and then twist again, you know, which is my favorite trick. It's called a cork snapu, you know. Um, but then nobody reacts. But then you do a backflip, and then everybody's like, oh my fucking God, he did a backflip. He did a backflip. Fucking backflip. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, oh, dude, you just can't get away from it. You can't get away from it. Bruh, corks are so much more impressive. Well, physically. Wait, you did a backflip when? Yeah, I used to be in Circus Soleil. Backflips are not hard. I could backflip right now, but I'm not going to. It's a lot easier when the audience respects the craft. Isn't life like that in general? Very random. Well, no, it's because like if I were to do a cork snafu, nobody knows what the fuck I just did. They can't see it, you know, they don't know what goes into it. And that's why with a lot of this stuff that I do, I think that it's safe to say that it's producers' music, right? Like I'm not trying to impress the hoes, you know, as Corey and I joke about. I want some people that I respect to listen to this and be like, damn, you made some shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't you know your alchemy lore? There is no lore. It's just random shit. Retired ninja, quite literally. Doing a cork feels a world apart from a backflip. Can't fathom landing on one leg. I mean, you just have to like throw yourself really hard, and I think that's the big thing that people don't connect with until they actually start to get close. Is the effort that you think that you can output is never your maximum. In the same way, if you're trying to throw a punch, right, and you're like really flexed and you're really rigid when you throw, you feel like you're hitting hard. Or when you're trying to jump and you're like flexing everything and you try to push off the ground, it feels like you're doing something hard, but the output is minimal, versus relaxation and then explosion at the end. You have to figure out how to accelerate like a roller coaster, you know? If you just go balls to the walls and you immediately put everything at the beginning, then you fizzle out. And so the goal is to relax and then speed up at the end to where your maximum output is at the pinnacle of whatever it is that you're trying to perform. That's like shaping energy 101. It was sarcasm. I've never heard you talk about it. I honestly think the circus life has subconsciously made its way into my music. Sometimes it sounds like a spooky carnival. I like it. Oh man. I mean, you want to talk about spooky carnival? This was back in 2018. Anyway, it devolves from that into yeah. Anyway, there's that. I'd love to hear a new carnival style tune. I don't know. If I can come up with a concept, then maybe. But I need to be inspired for it. It's giving me Pac-Man World for the PS2. No idea why I felt that way. Okay. Okay. That's funny. Let's go ahead and grab. There's this. Have y'all heard that Cage and Invictive track? I want to create this vibe so bad. This is such a cool tune. I'm not gonna play it, but you can check it out. It's called Arrival. Hat rack is what I'm looking for. Bunch of hats. Nice. Never have to make hats again. It's incredibly convenient. Okay. I'm gonna do something kind of like that. And then have this little skip. This little skip ruining. Boom, dun, boom, boom, dun, boom, boom, dun, boom. Okay, so with this kick, try to push it. And then I'm also going to turn this down by like 3 decibels. 1, 2, 3. The reason why is because no matter how loud your kick is, generally snares, if they're the same volume, is going to appear to be louder than than your kick. Perceived louder. Sorry. Made that rack for myself last night. Thanks for the idea. Yeah, there's a video on that if anybody's wondering what we're talking about. Never. Excuse me.
Don't be.
Oh God. Okay. Where was that percussive maker that I made? Oh, I forgot we also made a melody. What does that sound like in this? That might help. What? What happened here? Oh, probably the wave shifter. I was like, what? Okay, so I think what I might do instead is keep the same idea. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Okay, I know that sounds silly, but once we get this into the drums and maybe throw this in the sidechain, it might make a little bit more sense. Why does it do that? Am I not? Oh, I'm holding command. Really want it to sound like it's I probably have to just listen to it and figure out what that is and like uh and then just like copy the actual drum pattern. But whenever I listen to it, it sounds like so there's that, but boom, dum, boom. Such a cool song. This needs to be, I don't know, something different, but yeah, something kind of more percussive, less hi-hat like. That sounds that sounds a lot more like what I'm going for. The groove of that, right? It's where it's like the bum dum bum 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 bum. This needs a lot of texture because right now it's just drums, but I think that with the right stuff, we can probably make something interesting. I'm gonna try not to like speed run this too hard, like I usually do, but we might be able to call back on. Okay. Oh shit, I need to. Okay. Just getting some texture in there. Oh god, dude, rolling sampler is so... I'm gonna record some ad-libs. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. I'm fully prepared to take responsibility for my actions. Chick. Ha. Brr. Ay. Ay. Yeah. Ay. Oh. Oh. Come on. Come on. I'm just kidding. Skirt. Chit. Ha. Ay. Brr. Skidibot top top top. Top top top. She said, take off your jacket. Oh yeah, skitty pop pop pop. Now this is music. Hey, that's actually not bad. Hey, hey, hey. It always sounds different, like how I hear it through my own voice versus how it's recorded, but I really like the warmth of the SM7B. Hey. Alright, it needs to be done tastefully, but... Hey. 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 The groove is already there, though. Oh no, whenever I do that, I just hear fucking... I want this to be a little bit... alright, whatever. I want that to be a little bit more percussive. there's a pocket right here that I'm not hitting. There it is. Chick. 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 Would be nice if I could just click on an area like that instead of having to drag it, but it's not that big of a deal. Mastering the instrument of voice. Yeah. I mean, you know, I woke up this morning, I had my coffee, and when I say morning, I mean like 1 o'clock. And then you know, I just watched the Cardi or Playboy Cardi, you know, fucking ad libs, man, and was so inspired, you know? Like it was the most refreshing thing to hear somebody whine and bitch and moan over the mic that I was just like, I gotta do that. pretty wild. Yeah, it's more of just like eh, eh, eh. It's like, what? Are you a dying giraffe? It's like, dog. I don't know what that is. But whatever it is, it's not welcome here. Shit's terrible. That's interesting. Why is it doing that? I wonder if the distortion is pushing it too hard to where it's breaking everything else. Coming back to the stream with all the sounds were amazing. There's definitely some context to be had. But yeah. I was making fun of Playboy Cardi. Going, like, you all know the baby. Like, he can't even, like, speak a sentence. It just. Like, what? What did you just say? Hey. Dope. spent all that time making this bass, but I don't really know where I want to fit that. What I should probably do here is there we go. That sounds a little bit more tame. Maybe I can create some kind of pitch bend. Just set that there and set that to like. Sorry, just trying shit. If it doesn't sound good, do more shit to it. Maybe perhaps if I make the output of this tighter, that might help, because it's just one large like blah, and sometimes I don't want that. Here we go. Why is there so much? Good Lord. Interesting. Sorry. Yeah. We can create like a Alck synth. Oh, yours don't do that? I never say that. Come on. Chicka dome. I know, but just... Actually, I'll just have this bass rack that I use now, and it's pretty much the exact same settings, but it's just kind of already ready to go. So it's got a bit of reverb on it and then some clipping. Minus the volume, maybe. Then something else that I'm going to do on this is maybe try to add an ensemble and make this sound a little bit more like a vocal. So if we set this to 2 voices, there we go. All right, so we need a little bit more texture now to kind of fill in the context. So what I might try to do is resample the drums now. I think I had a thing on here that was already ready to go. Simple drum mangla. There we go. Grasshopper. What do you know about the simple drum mangla? Sorry, just kidding. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. So we can kind of just try to add some texture to this. And continue to layer things over this to see if anything sounds cool. That's cool right there. Like a. I think that's probably good enough. Wait. Wrong place. Wrong place in the wrong time, mother. The thing with this kick is the kick sounds good, but it's a little bit too like electronic for what I'm. It needs to like I really want that to bump and have like an impact, and so. I don't really know what I can. What I could do to make it what I want it to be, but. Here we go. Swange Friday. What's up, Tape Pusher?
Hey. 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 Hey.
Let's do some noise. Wait, I had it right. Um, I really want like a just a vroom, vroom, vroom. I'll try to get the movement first. Maybe just a triplet. Hung Friday. Hey, Kosar. I'm going to save this. And then I think that I'm just going to build this from multipass to get what I want out of it. It'll probably just be easier, to be honest. So we will grab one of these. And I don't need all this stuff, just a couple of things, but we'll grab that. We'll go user to rah, 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 rah. The tingle web web. The tingle web web man. The tingle web web man. Always. We need a filter table. We'll do something interesting. I don't know, whatever. I'm just... It's almost there. Hello? Oh. Hello? Hello. Welcome to the Cats Motel. I'm your host, Cats. With some distortion. Because everybody loves distortion. Getting there. Sorry. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going to put it, but it sounds cool. That's a problem for future me. Well, fuck. Oh shit, sorry.
Hey. Hey.
I think instead of it wanting to be triplets, I think I wanted it to be like boom, 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 boom. So maybe we'll fix that like a... It's a little bit too much reverb on that. I want that to... cut off? Boom, boom, boom. There we go.
Hey. Hey.
on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey. Hey.
Come on.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
This is one way that you can create a telephone.
Hey. Hey. Chica. Hey. 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 Chica. Hey.
Uh, well, we got an intro. That was cool. So maybe something like, well, we probably just need to split it out so that way, because it has a tempo, but we need it to be something kind of like this. Shit. Oh shit. There we go. Just a cool little like just a cool little texture that has a call and response. I really don't want to make this song about my stupid ass ad libs, but whatever.
Hey. Chica. Hey. Hey.
Yeah, definitely. Oops, not faceplant. Ripple phaser. Wait, chorus maybe? The one that has glass? Flex chorus? Yeah. Yeah, that original thing that that stupid melody that we have has a couple of resamples through that.
Hey.
Sorry. I could probably do better with the rhythm, so. Maybe we'll just take a break on that.
Hey. Hey. Chica. Hey.
That might actually be a cool little fill as like a reverb thing. Stupid ass laugh. Yeah, it just needs more shit. But the vibe is there. And I think that's like one of the challenges with trying to create a bounce like this is the space is what gives it a lot of the the space is what gives it the bounce, but it also still feels empty at the same time, you know. I'll probably end up also taking out the little ad libs and all that, maybe minus a few, like one or two, but I really don't want that many in here. Yeah, I don't know. Something else that I kind of want to play with is maybe making this seem like it's a little bit more laid back. And I really want like You know, something kind of like that I think is also nice. So that way it's not so fucking boring. Oh shit. One, two, three, four. But this kick. Hmm. Like the groove is there, but I want the vibe of this to be a little bit different. Yeah, it's still not resonating in the way that I want it to. What happens if I take all of these and I suppose I could send this to the Changeling and then get some kind of crash or something and try to make this a little bit more like an impact. It's not what I meant to do.
Hey. Hey. Chicka.
Mm.
Hey.
Could also be just trying to set up the right room. It's more punchy, but I also feel like it's a little bit more harsh to listen to.
Hey.
Oh. Okay.
Hey.
And maybe perhaps the whole vibe of this is kind of from this as well. And the short, you know, like what happens if we just try to change the whole shebang of this. And maybe not have the chance. Let me back up. Back it up. Right. Back it up. Back it up. You guys remember that? What happens if I do those? Yeah, I kind of like that. And I think something else that we can do as well is we can have like a little splash. Just some kind of layer over that to give it a little bit more texture in the way that I want it to. Yeah. Um, I'm gonna try a serum on this one. band pass or something. It's like a band 12. I just played Batman. We're gonna come back over here and I'm just gonna play some shit. Or actually, what could be cool is I forgot that we also have a melody thing that we can kind of throw some chords in or whatever into this and try to make something musical out of it. It's supposed to be F. Virginia dominant. Shout out to Polarity, dude. This was such a boss. Such a boss edition. Generate. Two bars. Generate. Probability submedian. Scale. Rest probability. A little bit of repetition. A little bit of note length variation. Tonic. Oh yeah, 100%. Interesting. No, you don't really download it. mean, you download it from GitHub, but you just make sure to download the original file. You need to make sure to download the raw file, and then you place it in your controller scripts. Yeah. Still struggling to get to the vibe that I want. Drums are cool though. Don't I always say that? Yeah, the drums are banging, but hmm. Oh, thanks, Junji Cat. Wait. You guys haven't heard this one. Yeah. I think you should. I think also I'm ready for questions and shit because I've been live for several hours and I really haven't gotten to an idea yet. Yeah, I've been live for 4 hours and still haven't cooked an idea. I think now would be a good time to just chat and shit. I like this beat, but it's hard. It's hard because I know that I want something specific and I'm not letting myself I'm not letting myself move on until I get to it. Um, but yeah, what can you say? Does anybody have any production questions or anything? Damn good start. Well, usually if you know that, well, you know, you've been in the channel. Usually if I'm cooking, I'm already done by now, at least with an idea or something. But I need to like stop. I need to stop making drums first. I think that's the big thing. Do I like the wavetable editor in Serum? Not really. With what's in my head versus what I hear in my head. So like I have two sides to my production. I have the side that just takes like inspiration from whatever and then just makes a track, but that usually is like not the direction that I want to go. And then I have stuff to where like I try to sit down and be like, okay, this is what I want to make. And that's usually the hard struggle. That's the struggle bus. Do I want some free wavetables? No, I'm personally okay. I I I make all my own stuff, but someone else might. When I say that I don't like the wavetable editor, I mean compared to FazePlant, but no, it's not like I mean I know how to use it. The thing that I don't like about the wavetable editor is the FFT reformation, which is really annoying. I use Vital. Yeah, I'm a faceplant person. The update FFT is really fucking irritating because if you create, see that? If you create a wavetable, it reshapes this. And so you turn this off. But the problem with it is that if you turn this off, but then you go to a different wavetable, it doesn't update the wavetable. So it's like, this is the worst. This is the worst fucking workflow ever for wavetable design. Well, maybe not the worst. That might be a bit rough, but it's not even glitchy. It's just it tries to update the free Fourier transform. So it's stupid. I think that the layout of this is just much easier to use. And it's not just because I'm used to it, but if I go up all the way, it'll stay. And so I can really focus on looking at the waveform while I make this and be like, oh, okay, look, I can actually get away with rotating the phase and make that a little bit more peaky. Okay, cool. This is a little bit too squarified, so I can actually back off of this. You get what I mean? Like, this is this is this is peak right here. Peak design. Like, you don't want that. So something like that. And then this will be a fat waveform. Oops. What, this channel? Was it because I was complaining about Current not having a wavetable editor? Most likely. You got the drums, like, let the feels catch the melodies up from the skies. Oh man, yeah. I need to sit down and think about what kind of track I want to create out of that, but the drums are okay. I might even like try to remake this project a couple of times with this vibe. The drums are cool, but they're also not the aesthetic that I want. I know what I'm looking for. I also like don't know entirely if I know how to get there, but I think that just from doing this a few times with a little bit of different variables, then there'll be that. But yeah, we could do like a quick genre cook-up if you want, so where maybe I'm not doing a bunch of sound design or something, and then just go with whatever. If you all want to see something different. And now for something completely different. Let's try some Current. No, I don't want to do sound design right now. If I don't have to. I've done sound design for 4 hours. I'm good. Let's maybe pick a genre of something to make a bullshit track in, and then if the sound design comes up, I can do Current. Sigh? Do you even do you do you even like psytrance, or did you just make that up off the fly? Mid tempo. Okay, yeah. I could do mid tempo. Oops. Dash glitches, sigh. You know, that last kick that I just made is actually probably way more suited to. Yeah. If we kind of just take, fuck. We just take the top end off. Hello? I actually have a mid-tempo song that I'm trying to hold out. I actually want to send it to Rez, but I don't really have a way to get in contact with her. But I think that she would like it. There we go. Hit her up on socials. Send it to Jackknife. Who is Jackknife? Oh, we probably actually want this to... Yeah. Probably actually want that to have a little bit more of the fundamental, because we want to hear that poof. So those digital drums. Shaper table. Compressor. Now we need the smack. Have I liked the new clipper? Yeah, you can make shit really loud. Download the free topos for fun. What is topos? What is that? Sounds like we lost the transient. We might need to... Oh, I already have this here, but I didn't do it yet. Let's be a little bit snappier. We also need to add a little bit of reverb here. It's getting there. How loud is this? This should be like hella fucking loud, but okay. There we go. Oh, it must be because of the filters. We can do a gated reverb on this. You can actually use this for that gated reverb. We'll just need to take out the high end of it.
Noise. Hey!
Still not quite Hey babe, it's still not quite grooving in the way that I want it to, so I'm just gonna Santa Claus? I don't really want swing on this, but I do want it to have a little bit of... No, it's okay. Thank you, though. Actually, what I'll probably do is... What? Hey, baby. Oh my god, thank you.
Got a half dozen, so I got you a sprinkle one and then a cream filled one.
That's so nice of you. How much do I owe you?
$13.
Okay. Love you too. How you doing?
You smell good. I need a nap.
Need a nap? Okay, we're gonna add a shaker to this now. or rather probably another hat. And then actually, we could probably use that as well. So probably we don't need all this stuff, but why is that so much more obnoxious? Let's try that. And we're kind of just going to have fun with creating some rhythms on this. I like it. Weapon. Why isn't it doing? Maybe, why is this not firing?
I'm just in my socks. That's what they're called, business socks.
No. You're very late. No, baby.
Am I pregnant?
No, I hope not. I mean, you're here, you know? I suppose I should just do it like this. Yeah, it's cool. I still don't enjoy using it as much as faceplant, but I think that it was definitely a popularity contest.
Oh, and I won probably.
No, when people the channel has done like probably 5 times better from using Serum, and it's just kind of one of those games, and I guess that I'm willing to play it.
Sprinkies and chocolate eclair, one with cream on it.
Thank you, babe.
I got another one, but I forgot what it was.
Oh, it's been like that. Like when I switched to Bitwig from Ableton, like my
You think that's the kind of man I am? I just.
You're fine, baby. I'm trying to do multiple things at once. Spent the last 5 years in faceplant for a reason. I've heard a lot from people that they're scared of how modular it is. It could be. I don't know. I really have no idea. It's possible, but you would think that I I don't know. I feel like because I've been covering it for the past 5 years, that we'd kind of all be on board, you know? Not that I expect every single person in the world to watch my channel. That's not what I'm saying either. But um I don't know. I think honestly, I think that faceplant is just ahead of its time. You okay? That's what you get for calling my sounds derpy. Right? And don't you forget it. That's what I was gonna do with this LFO. I forgot. I'm sorry. No. Yes. Yes. Maybe like that speed and set that to 12. Both up and down. Derpy better than doofus? Nah, never. Oh, it has never been a best time to be a musician. It's kind of strange that this won't turn into a saw. Like this almost sounds like a... Strange. Huh. I think there are some things that are still worth having that's third party, even if you have Bitwig. I think like an OTT is still necessary. There's a couple of other things as well, but for the most part, no, you don't need that much. Why is this not... Like, this is not sub, maybe? Oh, there. Yeah, I like these sounds, but it's very different. I think that I still have... It's been a while since I've made a mid-tempo track, but is it like boss bass or something like that? Superbot, no. Here it is. Is there something else that's going out of this? Was this in G? Yeah. Yeah. getting weebly wobbly. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, there's an idea in here somewhere. Oh, thank you so much, Synchro. I appreciate that. Yeah, all right. I will play. This is a mid-tempo track I made a couple years ago. Sorry, I took a bite of donut and then just like robbed the speech out of me. But this is something I made a couple years ago. Yeah, I think when I made this, I was feeling it. Hey, Data Rebel. That was neuro. There was lots of neuro sounds in there. What do you mean? I think, yeah, I think I need to go back and probably listen to some more mid-tempo or something to get the vibe right. But, I mean, if I were to start something like that, that would kind of be it, is just to try to get some kind of cool little synth going, you know? But the timing of this stuff is like really what is so important with it, and that's what's off. That's why it sounds kind of generic. And then also probably a better melody. Maybe not an arpeggiator or something. Probably just one of these. You know, and then maybe probably have something with different same bass but different. Probably some OTT on everything. And a lot more distortion. It's kind of like a subgenre. I feel like most of the neuro sounds were for fills. I would go hard in the main lines. Most of my music in the neuro world is just fills. Like, I've talked about this a lot, but if you try to make a whole song about neuro, it gets really fucking boring very fast. Like, annoyingly boring. No. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Say it louder for the people in the back. At first I heard, I'll fuck up your life. I'll fuck up your life. Watch, in a week, he hit me. No. He stepped on my toe. Everything that came to mind is like, squeeze my titty. He pinched my nipple. You know, something like that. So I'm like,
Saying not to say.
wow. Hit the button. Yeah, like this could be something. You need like a fill right there or something, you know, but the attitude is you know, just get like a neuro sound right there. Neuro. No. Alckemy bass. like that last sound right there. You know what I mean? Like, maybe like a Command B, reverse it. Is it worth it? Let me search it. I put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. And remember, kids, is your Frippaniffa Fred yet? Probably some different fill right there. But, you know. That needs to be like a da. Get up there. Sorry, I only have one hand now for the second. For a hot sec. Do-do-do-do-do-do. We could do something like, yeah, that's why, like, I stopped worrying about this so much. Like, I've made so many beats that I couldn't find, you know, a hook to or whatever. But I know, like, you're literally fucking 2 minutes away from... You know, something like that could be cool. You know what I mean? And it's still cheesy, but it's a little bit better. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom real fast. Real quick. Real hustle like. Can I leave you all with a beat for a sec? I'll be right back. Okay. I was really into Echo when I made this EP. This was 2018, end of 2018. No, this was early 20. I wrote this in May of 2018. I was on tour for Marvel Universe Live. Yeah, I wrote this at a hotel. Forgot about that. If any of you travel, you should 100% try to write a beat at a hotel. Like, there's nothing like being somewhere that's like foreign and trying to write some music, especially when you have some alone time. It was the end of tour, and we were kind of winding down with shows, and where was it? It was, I think it was in like New Hampshire or Rhode Island or something. And it was this like resort hotel that just had all of this forestry and a crazy ass like courtyard that looked straight out of, I don't know, straight out of like some kind of thing. Like, it was raining and there was like a tiny bridge and a walkway, but it was kind of lit up. It was like straight out of a painting. And yeah, that was definitely a cool getaway to like do some creative shit. I also have some really cool tricks that I threw there. Some snafu swipes and double corks and shit. It was good times. Hard times, but good times. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust my mic to where it'll stay. This is being extremely cantankerous, and I feel like I'm going to break my mic stand. My boom stand. Excuse me. Anyway. Yeah, so if I were to write a mid-tempo track today, I'd probably try to do it something like this. I haven't really been on point with my drums lately. With like being like, okay, this is exactly what I want. Like they sound okay, but it's not really what I'm feeling. um, I think I'm ready for a break. Does anybody have any kinds of production questions or any discussion topics that you all want to discuss? I know, right? Neuroburb. Excuse me. I apologize. I am drinking Polar Premium Seltzer, which is blackberry mango flavored, and it's Nash. Ha! It's Nash. I think after this EP, I'm going to take a small break from. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust this. Maybe. Please. Yeah, take a small break from like halftime and stuff. I'll probably, I don't know, maybe I'll do like drum and bass or something. I mean, the thing about neurophrasing is you need to have like one phrase. I really feel like you need to have, unless if you're doing drum and bass specifically, but if you're doing halftime, like throw all that shit out the window, use a distorted sound, and then have a neurofill. Like if you listen to almost anybody, really, if you listen to Chi, if you listen to John Casey, actually John Casey doesn't really do a lot of neuro stuff unless if it's in the context of drum and bass, but I'm trying to think about who else is like neuro halftime stuff. If you listen to Ivy Lab, it's just distorted sounds. Where can I get the drums you use and what are they called? They're called Alckemy's drums and I make them myself. I do have a sample pack on alchemy.com called Abyss. And that's got a bunch of drums in them. But yeah, I just make my own stuff. Yeah, I usually just we'll do this and then at the end of every season of the year I'll go and combine everything into a sample pack. I am working on a new sample pack soon, but for Ivy Lab, I feel like the most captivating tracks are the most atonal, barely tonal textures, like one to two actually tonal melody lines. Yeah, like take like Magicus, you know? You know what I mean? Like there's no neurophrasing in that. Um if you take I don't know, I really like Calculate. Bum, 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 bum. It's just a boom, 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 boom. And that's just an 808. But the thing that the thing about like a lot of Ivy Lab stuff is they don't really use a lot of intricate sounds. It all sounds like relatively it's very clean and it's very pristine and that's why it's awesome is because they use simple things, but even in their Reese's and all that, it's just like but the confidence that they have in the spacing and the lack of amounts of instruments that they use is kind of what gives it the attitude, you know? They don't they probably layer a bunch of shit, but they do it so well that it sounds like a single sound, you know? Basically just a trap beat for 1 minute before it switches up with some chords. Yeah. Or Melrose. You know, it's like it's all simple stuff. I think that there's kind of like this trick that we play on ourselves because we tend to point out like the coolest basses and shit. And then we're like, you know, I gotta make a whole song like that. But if you listen to Trailblazer, it's just an 808. And then there's like a distorted sound. And then like, yeah, maybe some cool fills or whatever. If you listen to, what are some other big ones? You know, Eddie Morphine, just a distorted, just a Yeah, it's just a distorted, noisy sine wave. Operator bludgeoning, just a distorted bass. Am I able to create a sound in here in my head from scratch? And if not, how realistic is it to expect to be able to do so? I heard sounds in my head and it annoys me not being able to reproduce them. I think it depends. I have a video on that if you want to check it out. It's called The Truth About Sound Design. And yeah, I address that directly, but to summarize, I say that anybody that tells you that you can sound design anything exactly in your head is a fucking liar. There is something that you can do to get close, but when somebody is like, I don't know if you all have ever heard anything that I have and you're like, yo, how did you make that sound? A lot of times I'm like, I don't know. I just did it. And that's the same case with just about everyone else that I've talked to. Excuse me. You know what I mean? Like there's so many happy accidents. At that same time, there are certain checkpoints that you can work up to, you know, certain pieces of the sound that you can identify. But I think that trying to be so married to, you know, a specific sonic thing that you have no idea how to approach, what I would say is more important is instead of just thinking about the sound itself, think about what context it belongs in and try to make something that suits the context. And that way you're not so closely married to, you know, the sonics. You're more so trying to approach it from a means of like, I need a sound for this part in this song, you know? Like if I'm doing a beatbox or something where it's like you know what I mean? I might take that voo voo voo, vom 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 vom, bing bing bing. But you get what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, I guess we could do that. If find a kick. Okay. So if you have like just something that's very simple like this. Actually, I'm just going to take this whole thing and do that. And then you go, you know, well, what that is just a noise base. You know, You got something like that. And then right here, we need, you know, a voo, voo, voo. Foo, foo, foo. You know, something like that. And so I could probably just amalgamate something instead of doing it from scratch because I don't want to sit here all day. But if we go into bases, you know, then we can kind of, you know, create something like that. You know what I mean? So like, no, this is stupid or whatever, but you can kind of get away with using this as like just like a placeholder, you know? And then you're like, oh, I don't really like this. Okay, well now you can kind of, you know, try to focus on you know. You know what I mean? But like, even if you want to change this to something else, it could. I want to make beats with friends listening sometimes, so being able to work from a woo 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 given by a friend is just as important anyways. Yeah, but like you see, like the sound itself isn't really, it's all subjective. And so you kind of have to accept that it's not always going to be what you want. But if you can find something close or find something similar, then you know. Maybe like some OTT or something. So figure out what the function, yes, yeah, figure out what the function is. That's why a lot of times you'll see me write with sine waves, because a lot of times I'm just looking for some kind of melody. What is this, D sharp? Yeah, even just like, if you can't even figure out the melody of it, just figure out like a rhythm for a note. I don't know, I'm talking like I have this shit figured out, but I run into roadblocks all the time. You know what I mean? So maybe this time it's a chord. and then you can start doing stuff like you get what I mean? So I think you get the point, but and then you see like I've created pockets, or at least a pocket, which I probably wouldn't do right there. Maybe I would like try to save it for one moment. But as opposed to having, like, we do have a little bit of consistency right here. But if I leave this space open for something, that's where I can go into my other stuff. And that's where I can be like, okay, now this is a good place to put in a neurofill. And this is all theory, so take it for, you know, what it is. But to me, the rest of the track is easier to listen to because it's consistent, and when a complicated sound comes in, it's going to sound surprising, you know? So I'll just sit here and be like, you know, something like that. That's already good. I don't really need anything more complicated than that, to be honest. But from that little phrase, I can kind of take that out and just be like, cool. You know, and just place that in here somewhere. And I can mix it later. I'm not too worried about it, but the phrase is what's important. Or sorry, the attitude of having something strange be there, you know, so. You get what I'm saying? So now, you know, so something that you can even do is like take this and be like, okay, we need to have some contrast right here to introduce the sound. So I can, you know, even something like this. Like an early snare or something. And create just like a weird ass rhythm. Let's listen to that whole phrase. But you see what I'm saying? Like, we just created a moment here that doesn't pull away from the rest of the groove. And like, there's more setup that you can do with this, or lots of different cool things. But the point of it is that you're not trying to be like new fill, new sound, new sound. It becomes too much for people to listen to. If you're doing like, I don't know, like a neuro like break track, like Archaic 12, to where it's just like drum breaks and stuff, you can kind of get away with it, but you still have to have such a pocket and such a sense of rhythm that people are having something to follow. But most of the time people look for melody with stuff. Like, that's the first thing that catches people, and it's the most memorable thing. It was melody and vocals. I wouldn't know which one comes first, to be honest. I don't have the research behind that. But so if you have something that has a pitch or has a tone, it has to be something that you can follow. Even if you're doing like a boring, one note bass, if it's still too many sounds, then it loses the character and the confidence of the track. And these are just things that I've learned, and I have videos on this that I would encourage you all to go take a listen to, or go watch or go listen or put it on in the background or something. But excuse me, the thing about it is that if it's not consistent, if it doesn't have a clear point of repetition, then you're having to do a lot of legwork to keep the attention of the listener. Notice that I said you can't. Notice that I said like you will never, or that it's bad, or all that. It's more about being clear with your objective, with what you're trying to say with your sounds. Excuse me. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, I have a bunch of stuff that is extremely abstract. I'm talking like 550 BPM, but you wouldn't know. I have things that are abstract sound experiences and all that, but there's still a theme. There's still something to tie it all together. When you talk about the case of like drum and bass, it might be a few sounds, or it might be like 3 sounds, but they're repeated so closely together and they're so short that it changes the relationship. If you have like a, and it's like, it's percussive, and the phrasing of it isn't like wow, you know what I'm saying? It's not long, and so it's easier to get away with. But if you're working on something like Halftime, like your sounds are a little bit more naked, if that makes sense. They're a little bit more vulnerable because you have more time for the sound to evolve. And so that's why a lot of people, or a lot of producers, really try to focus on just having distorted basses. And then what they might do is, instead of having 2 completely different sounds, they might make a neuro bass out of this. So that way it sounds like it's part of the same family. Does that make sense? And a lot of times you don't have to go very far. You could just, make a rack, watch my videos, buy my presets, buy someone else's presets. I don't give a shit. But you know what I'm saying? It's just, you have something like this, and then it's like, oh, okay, well now we're going to make a phrase, or you can change it or whatever. Or you might change another thing about it to where, you set this unison to 2, so now it's an actual Reese. Maybe you set it to, a different timbre. You get what I'm saying though? But because of that, it's a morphing bass or whatever, but it still sounds like it fits. So you need to have like a simple sound, and then you need to have a complex sound. A lot of times whenever I've been making basses lately, I'll have 2 racks, and that's kind of been the synopsis of things that I've been trying to pull off. Is if I have, something like this, let's just take this one. I have an open sound, maybe, sorry. Right? I have a simple rack, this is repeatable, right? You can. And then I'll have a complex rack to do the more intricate movements. Which lately I've been doing things to where it's still an LFO, but you see, I can make more intricate phrases with this, and that's where the fills and stuff comes into play more often. Yeah, I think it's important to remember that these aren't rules, they're just things that I found that works. I would know this. You can hear it in my music, and I like about 20% of the stuff I make. You know what I'm saying? Hell, maybe 10%, whatever, but the songs that I do like usually have some kind of pattern or some kind of noticeable trend. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions? If you like 20%, you're doing pretty good. I do wonder what that ratio is for most people, or what that percentage is. But yeah, I think I like about a fifth of the stuff I make. Absolutely fucking hate the other 80%. Oh, I do. 20% sounds right. Yeah, I do want to quickly mention, tomorrow, if I do go live, it's going to be probably later in the evening, around maybe not this time, but maybe a little bit before. I have rehearsal tomorrow, and then I won't be here on Monday because that's when the gig is. Hey, what up, Bassblade? 4 a.m. for me. How we doing? We doing it. It's 8 p.m. over here. But yeah, Monday, I guess Tuesday for some of you all, I won't be live. I'll be doing the gig, and then after that, we should be back to regular scheduled programming. I already have 2 videos uploaded, so those should be dropping, one tomorrow and then one on Monday. So that way, hopefully, it's something to keep the channel busy while I'm away. But other than that, I think that should be the only thing where I'm not currently present for work. Is there anything that you all want to see in future content, or anything that you want me to talk about, or anything that I probably already have a video, to be honest, but I'm kind of curious where everyone's head is at with production right now. Maybe I should just be focusing on my own production, but when my shit's not working, I tend to offer help or tend to reach out to other people and be like, hey, what are you struggling with? Maybe I can help you if I can't help myself. More videos and streams on hardware. Like, I saw your reviews of Electron boxes. It would be fun to watch you do magic with them more. I could. Yeah, I'm open-minded to it. I just, they perform horribly, but I'm not opposed to doing it. Yeah, you're right, Numicron. That's, no, not doing ringtones. Yeah, for sure. That's why this YouTube channel is a thing. 4 a.m. here as well. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Heights go. What was that? I don't know why this is Bassblade. Bassblade Bruce Main. Bruce Bassmain. God, I'm gonna fucking murder my mic stand. I think that I need to just readjust it because right now it's at the edge of the desk. I think that I need to place it somewhere else so that way I can actually put it and let it sit where I want it to. I got high and generated a VTuber persona and then woke up with this name. Let's go. I'm down. Right on. I support it. You got to get it how you fit it, man. I don't know if I want to keep this or not. It's kind of stupid, but kind of interesting. I like the drums. You're going to hear me say that a lot if anybody's new to the channel. Can I play it? Yeah, we worked on a few things today. This was actually just a demo. Somebody was asking about some stuff. Well, that's the only hardware that I have. Yeah, never mind. I hate it. This was the other thing that we made. Just drums. Just need to find a hook for it, and then maybe I'll figure out what to do. But yeah, writing hooks for this genre is the fucking worst. It is literally the worst. But my body is moving. But is it ready? That's the question. Given what you said, you made like 3 beats today, there's not much more than half a chance that I'll like one of the beats. Well, like I said, the drums are okay, but I'm not really happy with the stuff that goes on top of the drums. And that's generally the struggle. That's my biggest struggle is like I can make a lot of stuff, but coming up with interesting ideas for a track is usually really frustrating for me, unless if it's already in my head. But that's just something I need to work on. Something that I think everyone struggles with when it comes into like, because it's different too, you know. It's not just like, yo, I'm gonna like, you usually don't write this kind of music at the piano or on a guitar or on a saxophone, you know, or even on paper. You kind of have to look at it a different way, and sometimes I'm really close and really connected to it, and sometimes I'm just like, what am I doing? Which is normal. I've made 41 versions of one song since 8 p.m. That sounds about right. I think the most versions I've made of a tune was like 7 or 8, and they've always been remixes. Yeah, sometimes that's it, right? And sometimes you rinse an idea and then like that's all you're going to get out of it. That's about all you're going to get. That's all you got going for you, muchacho. I don't know if you can get to a point where you know how to just like write some bullshit, that's one thing. But like I said, it's when you're trying to really write something that matters to you, or you're trying to write something with a clear direction of what you're wanting to do. And that's where shit gets annoying. The what rule? 80-20. 80% of the results come from 20% of the effort. Now, fuck that. That's some bullshit. Just kidding. Oh, why did my thing just pop an ad? Yeah, nice. Watching ads on my own video. It's wonderful. YouTube does not give a fuck. What? You want to monitor your own video? Here's an ad. You're paying yourself. Watch it. It fucking drives me crazy. God, I would love to go like adless, but I feel like even if I stopped monetizing my videos, even if I could afford it, they would still play ads on my videos. Infinite money hack. Yeah, like I don't know if you'll notice or not, but I don't ever like purposefully run ads on my stream. I don't like to do that. No, see, the thing that nobody tells you is that effort is hella subjective, and there's different ways to apply 100% effort. Like effort is not, what is the word? Effort is not universal. What's that one Disclosure song? Where your focus goes, your energy flows. You know what I'm talking about? Losing my mind. This is the place to do that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that just trying to remember that sometimes if everything is good in life, it's kind of okay to like have a crappy session and all that, you know, but I found, and Corey has talked to me a lot about this, but like if you rely on your creative passion and it's not working out when you're already like kicked down to the curb, that's when things start to get bad. And so it's hard because music is such a love-hate relationship, and sometimes it is my happy place and sometimes it is the place that of which I feel like I am condemned to, so to speak. 2 steps from hell. And especially now, because this is my job, like there's a lot of pressure and a lot of like reliance on being like, yo, I need to make good stuff. I need to try to make things that I'm not only happy with, but other people are going to resonate with, because that's, you know, honestly how I sell things. And I don't want it to be some rinky-dink bullshit that people were like, what the fuck is this? Because nobody's going to buy it. That's just the nature of the business. And it's cool when it's working out, but when it's not, you kind of have this fire on your ass and you're like, fuck. Shit. You know? So something else that Corey says is strike while the iron's hot, you know, and build a catalog. And that way, when things aren't working out, you kind of have stuff to fall back on. Well, I mean, he could have easily gone a bunch of different directions, right? Because that's not where he started. He had metal and he had, you know, that dude is a musician. That's the thing, is he is a legit, he's not a producer. He is a musician, you know, singer, songwriter, composer, like all that shit with all the titles and headlines and stuff, like all that credit goes to him. A lot of us don't have all of that together. A lot of us are like, yeah, I can throw a kick and snare together. Boots and Cats. Why am I not as good as Skrillex? Even though the only thing that I'm good at is making boots and cats. You know what I'm saying? And some people can't even do that. Ouch. Yeah. And that's okay, you know? And that's okay. But the other thing too is like while we will never be Skrillex or we'll never be Noisia, like we can always be us. And I think really trying to focus more on getting to the bottom of that is where the fun comes into play. It's just really unsettling and disconcerting when it's not happening as fast as we want it to, you know? The whole thing with destination theory and shit about trying to be like, man, I've put so much work into this and it's not working out, or, fuck, all this effort, quote unquote. I've worked so hard. Why is this not paying off? And it's fucking annoying, but it's part of it, I guess. I think that's why I try to like share a lot of that on stream too, because even though I have a catalog of music that I'm relatively proud of, I think that it's kind of neat that you all can see, for the most part, like most of the time I'm producing, I'm making shit. And then every once in a while I'll be like, oh fuck, I'm cooking something. And then, people will come in and be like, oh shit, and you get to see how the whole thing comes together. But it's a very honest and very real approach. And I'm hoping that wherever you put me on a skill level, you can see that like all the stuff that I struggle with, or all the stuff that you struggle with, you're watching me struggle. You know what I mean? Live on stream. Yeah, I do wish that they were a little more open for some of the things. Like they shared gateways, I think, or like places to start, but they didn't really talk about a lot of the things that a lot of people want to know about, you know? Like when it comes into like bass design, or when it comes into like the heavy drum design and stuff, they're like, "Oh, we're just going to teach you the fundamentals." And then they started having other artists and all that come on, which you also have to realize that a lot of people um how do I say, like a lot of people are just their fans, and they're trying to cater to everyone. Like for me, I think most people in here are producers. I don't think that most people know me for my music, and that's totally okay. I'd rather them be here than not be here, but you get what I'm saying? It's like it's just kind of like the game that you play, and the thing that you have to keep in mind whenever you're a content creator, cuz let's be real, nobody is just a producer anymore. You're a content creator. But yeah, on that note, I think that I'm gonna let everybody go to bed. I'm gonna hang out with Corey for the rest of the evening. I've got rehearsal tomorrow, but much love, guys. We will be live tomorrow. Maybe I'll do some more Serum sound design or something. Um, we'll have fun. That's all I know. So with that, much love. Thank you so much for coming in. I'd really appreciate it if you check out the other videos that I've put up in the past week. If you want to support the channel, alchemy.com. Or if you want to book a lesson, that's always available too. Or if you just want to hang out, I'm always happy to see you on the next one. Before you leave, before everyone leaves, don't worry. I'm not asking you for favors. If you want to be a part of the everyday quick spells, which is the submissions here where you can submit 15 seconds of something that you're working on. It could be a beat, it could be, some bars, it could be, I don't know, a cool little bass line, it could be pads, it could be whatever, but just a little project that you're working on. I play this at the beginning of every stream now. And so if you want a chance, please only submit one per day. Please only make it 15 seconds or less. But provided that it's safe for work, I will go through all of them before I start the stream. And that's just one way to kind of give back to the community. But do that. Join, say hello, get to know the community. Everyone here is super cool. And yeah, I don't know. It's more resources for you. Thanks, everybody. Much love. Have a great rest of your evening. And I will see hopefully most of you tomorrow. Bye.